All right, guys, race number 1.
Brian Cravens, up next, race number 1. 21.5 Touring. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is George Foy, Robbie Esplana, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, John Carpenter, Brian Cravens, Jason Smith.
Corey Bosworth. We are live.
All right, just need Robbie to check in for me.
Robbie Esplana.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and gather them up at the end of the straightaway. Can I get one more Marshall in the middle? All right, we're going to have George and only George on the sound of the tone. Everybody else wait till they call your name. George, less than 5. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Can you go grab that car, Rich? Yep, that one. It's George's. Bring it here. Is your pinion on? Do you have steering? Oh, really? Just power cycle it. Fixes everything. Yep. All right. Robbie, less than 5. Hector, John, Brian, and Jason. All right. Oh, it's broke. Go ahead and pull it. There we go. All right, John out front. Jason in the 2. Jason, 3/1000ths of a second back. Oh.
After 4 minutes left, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Brian Cravens.
All right, guys. John, Jason, Brian. Brian only 9/10ths behind Jason. Hector only a second behind Brian. Everybody's still within about 4 seconds of each other here.
After 2 minutes left, The top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Brian Cravens.
All right, guys, 2:45 left to go. John, Jason, Brian, Hector, Robbie, and here comes George. Never mind. Did it? All right, guys, 2:15 left to go. John out front. Jason 4.2 back. Brian 3.3 behind Jason. Hector only 1.1 behind Brian.
Second. The top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Brian Cravens.
Hector and Brian battling it out for the third spot. Take it off. Watch that straightaway. Go outside. Go outside. We are clear. There we go. All right, guys. 1:15 left to go.
After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano.
All right, 20 seconds left to go.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Keep them going. Keep them going.
John Carpenter done. Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano done. Brian Cravens done.
John's going to take the W. Jason finishes in the 2. Hector pulls
Jason
out
Smith
the 3. Done. Brian finishes 0.6 of a second behind Hector. That was a good battle. All right, guys. Go and put your cars up. Come right back out here to Marshall.
Up next, race number 2. 17.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Tim Schaubroek, Rob Apfelbaum, Rob Apfelbaum.
I just need 2 marshals out here. If you're in that last one, just need. I got Hector out here. I got Brian out here. That's good enough. All right, here comes Tim. And here he comes. It's a no parking zone.
Tim Shao broke.
All right, you guys ready? All right. All right, Rob and only Rob on the sound of the, or Tim and only Tim on the sound of the tone. Tim, less than 5. And Rob. All right, I'll come back in about 30 minutes, check on you guys. What's wrong with the car, Tim? Yeah, traction came up.
After 1 minute, the top drivers are Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Shao broke.
See what you can do, Rob. Clean track out there. I don't know if I need 3 marshals, though. Yeah, pretty much. Rob's a pro, man. He's not going to wreck.
After 2 minutes, the top drivers are Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Shao broke.
What's your right height, Tim? It's either too low or too high. I would say too high.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Shao broke.
All right, Rob out front. Tim right behind him in the 2. They're so fast you can't even see them out there.
After 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek.
Tim, do you have a 17.5 car and a GT12? No.
After 5 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek.
What do you think people would think if we got rid of 17.5 and just went with GT12 and 13.5? He would go GT12. Why? He doesn't like rubber tire? What's that? Yeah, no. I don't know. 3 pan car classes might be a bit much. Really?
After 6 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek.
All right, 140 left to go. You need about 12 laps, Tim. So if you're going to make a move, man, now's the time to do it. All right, up next, Vortex Specs.
After 7 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek.
All right, 30 seconds left to go, guys.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tim Schaubroek done.
All right, keep going, Rob. Rob, when you cross the line, you will be done.
All drivers are finished. Rob Apfelbaum
dominates the competition. Takes the W. You couldn't shave. All right, guys, go and put your cars up. Come right back out here to Marshall.
Up next, race number 3. Spec 4 Tech Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Tim Shao broke. Rich I break a lot rider. Micah Shao broke. Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
The Dominator. He was the Destroyer before he started dominating out there. I don't know. He's got Micah today, though. Micah's going to give him a run for his money. Maybe not. Spoke too soon. Micah. Yep, for you.
Tim Shao broke. Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence. Micah Shao broke.
Yo.
Rich I break a lot rider.
I didn't even make 2 laps and I broke my car. All right. Easy on the throttle there. All right, we'll need another marshal out here. I got 4 cars. I just need another marshal out here. I got Rob out here. I just need another one. Let's not all get up out at once. All right, I got all my cars are checked in. I do need a marshal, though. Anybody out in the pits that can help out? Okay. All right, Tim leading the way. Rich in the 2. Mike on the 3, Pete in the 4. Can't get started until I get one more marshal. On-road's always our worst. All right, I got 2 marshals. That's good. All right, Tim, Rich, Micah, and Pete, we're going on the tone. All right, we're going in less than 5. Hold on. Wait for the tone. All right, I got marshals. I got a grid on the tone in less than 5. You didn't glue your front tires, did you? All right, Pete and Rich battling it out. Pete only 0.8 right behind Rich. The breaker and the dominator. Let's see what happens. Oh, that was a hard hit, Pete. I felt that over here. All right, Tim and Micah battling it out. Well, Tim trying out for a Special Olympics.
After 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Rich I Break a Lot rider, Pete, the
Easy,
Dominator,
Pete,
St.
easy.
Lawrence, and Tim Schaubroke.
You need some glued fronts on there. Came out here raw. All right. Rich, after having a rough Thursday night, coming out here dominating over the Dominator. All right, Rich, Pete, and Tim. Rich out there at 13-0. Pete's got a 12-9. Tim with the 13-1. Right now, Rich is in the lead, but Pete's got the hot lap.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Rich I Break a Lot rider, Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence, and Tim Schaubroke.
I know. Pete ping-ponged that whole chicane. All right. Easy, Rich. You're already in the lead. He's a lap down. You don't gotta sit. Take it easy.
2 minutes
Just
left,
drive your
1
race.
second. The top drivers are Rich I Break a Lot rider, Tim Schaubroke, and Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
All right, up next, Euro Truck. Only got 2 of y'all. So start getting those ready. You're up next. Y'all keeping Rob gainfully employed down there. What happened to Micah? Micah, what happened? Oh, you need glued tires. Yeah, start gluing your tires. Euro Truck, you're up next. That'll be Micah and George.
After 4 minutes 1 second, The top drivers are Rich I Break a Lot rider, Tim Schaubroke, and Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
All right, Pete leading the way. Rich leading the way. Pete in the 2. Tim in that yellow Mustang in the 3 spot. Oh, Tim's in the 2 spot. Pete's in the 3 spot. Oh, I thought you were going to fall down the stairs. It looked like you were about to fall down the stairs. No, I saw you walking. I was like, is that George walking? Dude, I was so bored up in my hotel room.
10, 9, 8.
All right, keep on going until
7,
she calls your name.
6.
Pete
5,
ends up over the border.
4, 3, 2, 1. Rich I Break a Lot
Rich
rider
done.
done. Pete, the Dominator.
Pete done in
St.
the
Lawrence
2
done.
or 3. And here comes Tim in the 2.
All drivers are
All
finished.
drivers are done.
Tim Schaubroke
All right,
done.
hang your vehicles up. No, I didn't hear you. And Corey was like, what's TCM? Huh?
Up next, race number 4. Euro Truck. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Micah
I
Schaubroke.
just need one marshal.
George
2
Foy.
marshals do. Yeah, one. Well, Tim's got right there. So he'd be good. All right, straightaway's closed. Straightaway's
Micah
closed.
Schaubroke. George Foy.
All right, Micah and George doing heads up. You guys want to start in the back? Let's start in the back. You guys got a longer runway if you guys start in the back. You guys go side by side. Oh, that's just qualifying. Did you chop your top, Micah? Oh. Looks like a chop top. Yeah, it's channeled. Okay. All right, I got marshals. I got a grid. We are going on the tone in less than 5. All right, George was pretty much running by himself on Thursday. Kel kind of broke out. Micah just spins out. See if Micah can chase down George. Oh, George taps. Both on the same lap, both trailing each other. Let's see what happens. George taps again. Come on, freaking. Oh. Micah's got some horsepower. I don't know, but these Tamiya motors, man, it's hit or miss with them. You can get a good can, you can get a bad can. All depends.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Micah Schaubroke, George Foy.
All right, Micah leading the way, George right behind him. All right, Micah with the 13.4, George with the 14.1. Micah's got the hot lap leading the way in that pink George right behind him in that white and blue.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Micah Schaubroek, George Foy. After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Micah Schaubroek, George Foy.
All right, Micah, that hot lap, 13.450. George with that 13.8. Up next, Formula One. Start getting ready. Start thinking about it. I got John, Hector, and Jason coming out to race some F1s. Is your battery dying? Dude, that thing is hurting, dude. Uh-oh. That thing seemed better than
Left, the top drivers are Micah Schaubroek, George Foy.
Yeah, air brakes. He'll come down the straightaway. Air brakes. There's some air brake turning right there. And air brakes. George got no battery left. He thinks he can. With 30 seconds left to go, George, you better just, yeah, you'll finish. You could probably do one more lap. Micah's so fast, he's got to have the whole cab just to air brake him down. All right, you're going to have to do one more lap, George.
10, 9, 8, 7,
maybe not.
6, 5,
let's see, 2.
4,
no, you ain't going to
3,
make it.
2,
Oh,
1.
you made it.
George
you
Foy
didn't.
done.
You got caught. You got caught. You was pushing it, too.
All drivers
All
are
right,
finished.
everybody's done. Micah and
Micah
George, you
Schaubroek
guys are
done.
done. That was funny. All right, Jason's got a racer's 2 minutes. Mm-hmm. That's what happened to mine.
Up next, race number
All
5.
right.
Formula 1.
I just need 2 marshals
Heat
out
1
here.
of 1. Race order is Hector, Sir Whipsalot,
Rich, you mind
Lozano,
covering for George?
John Carpenter,
You mind covering
Jason
for George
Smith.
on Marshall?
Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, John Carpenter.
Huh? Yeah, he won it. It was all tires. As soon as I saw it on Thursday, I was like, this dude's spinning around again. Up there's Jason.
Jason Smith.
All right, go ahead, line her up in the back. Looks like you guys are all ready to roll. I do need Micah out here. Where you at, Micah? All right. Oh, wherever you want to be. Just don't get hurt. Yep. Micah, just cover down on the end over here. Yeah. Just right there. All right, Hector, John, and Jason. You guys will go on the sound of the tone, just Hector, and less than 5. John and Jason. All right. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
After 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, Jason Smith, and John Carpenter.
Like Asia Masters or something like that. He's not in Asia. Oh. But I was watching the 8-scale buggy over in the Philippines.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Yeah, that's David Backer. He's racing. Yeah. So I didn't know he was sponsored by Kyosho. Yeah,
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, John Carpenter, and Jason Smith.
He's been doing Thailand, and now he's in the Philippines. So he's traveling around a lot. I was with them in Hawaii. When I was just last in Hawaii, he was in Hawaii with me when they did the races over there. But that race wasn't covered for some odd reason. So, all right, Jason and John battling out for 2 and 3. Jason only 0.2 right behind John. John in that solid white. Hector leading that way. Leading the way with that white with the red wing. Jason with the multicolor out there. So my leader coming through the slant. About to be on the infield chicane. Coming on the straightaway, that is my leader. Number 2 following right behind him. White F1. And then Jason in that number 3. Hector's got the hot lap, though. 10.728, Hector. Over Jason's 10.9 and John's 10.8.
The top drivers are Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, Jason Smith, and John Carpenter.
Florida.
Yeah, that track is
The South Florida.
Is not even a year old. Ouch.
Oh, that would have. If that was a icon, that would have broke. That is an icon. All 3 of them are icon. That would have broke, dude. That should have broke. Literally, that should have broke. All that carbon fiber should have just obliterated. That was a hard hit. Dude, that thing's still driving straight. All right. Hector, Jason, John. Jason moves up to that 2 spot. Hector still has that hot lap on pace for 28.507. Jason Smith with that 27.5 flat. John with that 27.502. Hector leading the way.
After 4 minutes, the top drivers are Hector,
Yeah,
Sir
sure. Up next.
Whipsalot, Lozano, Jason Smith, and John Carpenter.
Run today. Because it rained. It poured in the sprint race.
Dude, it's hot over there in Florida right now.
Well, the sprint race for F1 got downpour.
Downpour, yeah, that's right. I saw. Did you watch how they were racing in the rain?
I
Oh wait, no. Who was that? That was over in Thailand. They were racing. No, the one where they just did the big races. Yeah, Thailand. Was it Thailand or Indonesia? One of the two. They were racing in the rain, electric. I was like, what? All right, Hector still leading the way. 13.5 pan car, the fastest car is on here. You guys are up next. Race in the rain.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, keep on going until she calls your name. But it's still on the clock. Let's see what happens. Here comes John is
John
caught.
Carpenter done.
Jason's caught.
Jason Smith
and
done.
Hector.
All drivers are finished.
All right, Hector leading the
Hector,
way.
Sir Whips a lot. Lozano done.
All right, Hector, Jason, John, Hector sets TQ at the 10.728, 28.508. That will be Hector. Up next, 13.5 pan car.
Up next, race number 6. 13.5
Corey,
pan
Rob,
car.
and George. Again,
Heat one
only
of
need
one.
2 marshals out here.
Race order is Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. Rob Apfelbaum. George Foy.
Is that the one that cracked the deck? Yeah. Oh. All right, Rob's out of this one.
George Foy.
Oh.
Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth.
All right, last lap. Each y'all get one more lap. Corey and George. Last lap, George. Last lap, Corey.
Jason Medeiros. Where is this track at what state?
Colorado Springs. This is the Pikes Peak RC Arena in Colorado. All right, Corey leading the way, followed by George. Rob is out of this one, unless we can find him a deck. So Corey, and only Corey, on the sound of the tone. Hurry up, Rich. And less than 5. George. And George takes the lead. Corey's 1.3 right behind George. Let's see how long George can fight off Corey. Never mind, Corey went up to the lead. George is back up to the lead. And let's see what happens here. And Corey's back up to the lead. All right. Come on, George. You're only .732 right behind Corey. Now you're 1.5 right behind Corey. You just tapped, didn't you? I should have never said anything. Easy, George. Easy. All right. 7 minutes to go. And
After 1 minute, the top drivers are Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum. After 2 minutes, the top drivers are Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum. After 5 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum.
All right, 4:40 to go. Corey leading the way. George in the 2, Rob in the 3. Corey down with a 8.651. George with a 9.576. Corey's got 2 laps over George. On pace for a 52.8 flat, .623.
After 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum.
All right, 3 minutes to go, and that was sketchy.
After 5 minutes, 1 second,
George
the top
is gonna
drivers
win
are
this?
George Foy, Corey I Ain't Got Time for That,
George is in the
Bosworth,
lead.
and Rob Apfelbaum.
He's in the lead. Then there was one, all by himself. Tap, 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 and big tap. Tap, 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 and tap. Those are our tap critical areas right there. Now for Fortec, it'll be tap, 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 tap. Yeah. Thank you for my tap. You better hurry up, George. Corey can fix that and come right back out here. You better hurry up, George. Your battery might die on this one.
After 6 minutes, 1 second, the top drivers are George Foy, Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, and Rob Apfelbaum.
All right, here comes back Corey. I'm just joking, George. He didn't even pull off his body yet. Oh! I didn't say anything. Now, if that was a prodigy, that would be broken. What was it, Corey? Did you snap a wheel? All right, George, all by himself.
1 minute After 7 minutes, 1 second, the top drivers are George Foy,
George
Corey
took
I Ain't
out the
Got
whole
Time for
race
That,
field.
Bosworth, and Rob Apfelbaum.
George is all by himself racing. You know, Corey had you 3 laps, and you just caught him just like that. Oh, here comes Rob. Rob's got 36 seconds. He's going to be put in second. Better late than never, huh, Rob? He's racing on a cracked deck. Super glued it. Oh, it looks like it's doing. Oh, easy, Rob. Easy. Yeah, no, don't double tap. Use that for your magazine.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that was close, Rob. Got my eyes twitching. Rob's on full battery power.
George Foy done.
Oh, George's done. George's car is like blazing hot. Here comes Rob. And he's done.
All drivers are finished. Rob
At least you got
Appfelbaum
out there,
done.
Rob. I wasn't expecting Rob to come out there, but he got it in the race. There you go. 10-5. 10-5 fast. All right. All right, 15-minute break, 15-minute break, and then I'm going to go ahead and reorganize this. Fastest laps, time, generate.
Up next, race number 1. 21.5
George.
touring. Heat 1 of 1.
How'd I get
Race
number
order
5 and
is
you got 6?
John Carpenter. Jason Smith.
Did you break 2?
Hector. Sir
Oh, you did
Whipsalot.
break.
Lozano.
Oh,
Brian
I got 2
Cravens.
laps over you. Never mind.
Robbie Esplana.
I was like,
George
wait a
Foy.
minute. I was like, wait a minute. I got 2 laps over him. He didn't get no laps. I got 2 laps and broke. All right. Let me print this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I did. I didn't have enough time. Now I got time to run my car. All right, we should be good to go now. All right, 15-minute break. All right, about 7 minutes. Actually, 8 minutes. 4 o'clock, we'll get going. 4 o'clock. All right, 1 minute call.
Robbie Esplana. George Foy. Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano. Brian Cravens. Jason Smith.
You guys waiting on me?
Oh.
John Carpenter.
All right, need one more Marshall. I got Rich out there. All right, guys, we're good to go in Marshalls. If I get one more Marshall, Pete, can you marshal him right here in front of me? All right, guys. Run, Pete, run. All right. I got marshals. I got drivers. John and only John on the sound of the tone. Everybody else wait till they call your name. John, less than 5. Jason. Hector. Brian. Robbie. And George.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are John Carpenter, George Foy, and Brian Cravens. After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and George Foy. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Brian Cravens. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Jason Smith, Brian Cravens, and John Carpenter. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano done. John Carpenter done. Robbie Esplana done. Jason Smith done. Brian Cravens done. All drivers are finished. George Foy done.
Jason.
Up next, race number 2. 17.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek. Rob Apfelbaum.
No, it just my servo came loose. I guess I lost a screw on that. But my steering's acting all. Remember. Huh?
Tim can't race. I'm not going to run his lap for 8 minutes.
Okie dokie.
Up next, race number 3. Spec
I'll give you
4
guys
Tech
like
Heat 1 of 1.
like 2
Race
minutes.
order is Rich I Break a Lot
You guys are
Rider,
up.
Tim Schaubroke, Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence, Micah Schaubroke.
Huh? Dude, I don't know what the hell is going on. No one said anything, and someone I come around and full bore, and we were just parked there. Smacked the shit out of it. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, Vortex up. Vortex is up.
Rich I Break a Lot Rider. Tim Schaubroke.
Fussishapyard 2NNJF. BSTV wears on streambo.com, remove the space, at T0K Peak 2L.
All right, just waiting on Pete and Micah.
Micah Schaubroke. Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
All right. Looks like I got Hector and Jason out there. Good run on that last one, Jason. In that 999. All right, Rich leading the way, followed by Tim, Pete, and Micah. Go ahead, line her up. Where's Micah at? Oh, easy there, Micah. All right. I got Marshall, so I got a grid. We are going on the tone in less than 5. Oh. Rich sends it over. Bring him on the inside.
After 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Tim Schaubroke, Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence, and Rich I Break a Lot Rider.
All right, Tim, Rich, Pete, and Micah.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Tim Schaubroke, Rich I Break a Lot Rider, and Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence. After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Rich I Break a Lot rider Tim Schaubroke and Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
All right, minute 30 to go. Rich back up in the lead after a bad start. Tim right behind him in the 2, Pete in the 3, Micah in the 4. Rich has a hot lap, 12.461. Nobody's looking to reset his current TQ.
After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Tim Schaubroke, Rich I Break a Lot rider, and Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6.
All right, Rich,
5,
Tim, Pete, and
4,
Micah.
3, 2.
All right, keep on going.
1.
As soon as you cross that line, you will be done.
Rich I
Rich
Break a
done,
Lot
Micah
rider
done.
Micah
Waiting on, here
Schaubroke
comes
done.
Tim in the yellow.
Tim Schaubroke
And
done.
Pete, the Destroyer, the Dominator, and he's done.
All drivers are finished. Pete, the Dominator, St.
All
Lawrence
right,
done.
Euro Truck, you're up next.
Up next, race number 4. Euro Truck. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Micah Schaubroke, George Foy.
Right. Well, that explains a lot.
George Foy.
All right, you guys
Micah
ready out
Schaubroke.
there?
Trying to get 2 cars going.
laps are these? Oh, that's why it keeps on popping off. All right, go ahead and line her up. Mike in the 1, George in the 2. I got marshals. I got a grid. We are going on the tone unless at 5.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Schaubroke.
All right, George out there looking to reset TQ.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Schaubroke.
George, is that your body? Are you trying to copy off of what Micah did? That's not exactly what he did. George got a fully charged battery this time.
After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Schaubroke.
Yeah.
1 minute
After
left.
4
minutes 1 second. The top drivers are George Foy, Micah Schaubroek.
All right, George looking to reset TQ. Actually, George and Micah faster than the previous TQ. George is looking to pass up Micah.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's see. Micah's done.
Micah
and
Schaubroek
George
done.
is done. George
All drivers are
wins
finished.
and resets
George
TQ.
Foy done.
Up next, Formula One.
Up next, race number 5. Formula 1. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, Jason Smith, John Carpenter, Corey. I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano. John Carpenter. Corey. I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. Jason Smith.
All right, straightaways close. Straightaways close. Hector leading the way, followed by Jason, John, and Corey. Call you guys' names off one by one. Do need a marshal in the center. If you're in that last race, I do need you in that center. Okay, Micah's got the center. By the time I'll wait for Micah to get halfway through the track. Hector, and only Hector on the sound of the tone, and less than 5. Jason, John, and Corey.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano.
All right. Everybody's on the same lap. Everybody's less than a second away from each other. John 0.24 away from Jason. Hector 0.2 away from John. Corey increases from 1.2, 1.2 right behind Hector. See if everybody can catch. Everybody's pretty much on the same lap.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Jason Smith, John Carpenter, and Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano.
All right, my top three, Jason, Hector, Corey, faster than the previous TQ. Corey 0.6 right behind Hector, who's in the number 2. Hector 0.3 right behind Jason, who's in the number 1.
3 minutes left. The top drivers are Jason Smith, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, and Corey. I ain't got time for that, Bosworth.
All right, Corey moves up to the number 2 spot. He's chasing down Jason. He started 4th, moving his way up. 0.7 right behind Jason. Jason with a hot lap, 10.624. Corey 10.712. Hector 10.757. John with a 10.859. Everybody's still on the same lap. My leader, that multicolored F1, followed by the
1 minute, 4
white,
minutes, 1 second.
black, and red.
The top drivers are Jason
driven
Smith,
by Corey.
Corey. I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, and Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano.
Oh, looks like John's out of this one.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Keep on going. Everybody's still on the clock. Hector done.
Sir Whipsalot, Lozano done.
Jason done.
Jason Smith
and
done.
Corey's done.
All drivers are finished.
Jason, Corey, Hector, my 1,
Corey,
2, and
I
3.
ain't got time for that, Bosworth done.
He had 2 more laps.
Oh, 6/100ths of a second.
Up next, race number 6. 13.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is George Foy. Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. Rob Apfelbaum. George Foy.
What'd you fix? What'd you fix? All right, just need Corey and Rob to check in.
Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. Rob Apfelbaum.
All right, looks like we got everybody checked in. Straightaway's closed. Straightaway's closed. George leading the way, followed by Corey and Rob. George, and only George, on the sound of the tone in less than 5. Corey. Rob. All right, Corey already moves up to the number 1 spot. George is faster than the previous TQ. Actually, my top 2 are faster than the previous TQ.
After 1 minute, the top drivers are Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum. After 2 minutes, the top drivers are Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum.
What's that? Oh, I guess there isn't a set screw on these. On my other one there is, but these are the plus 2s, that's why.
That's probably why I never saw the set screw.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum.
Those should be solid in
place.
It should be have like a ticket plate, but not. But it shouldn't be popping out like that. So either the screw on the that holds the ball cup in.
Oh, the ball cup in. Let me pull that off.
So either
That's
you
right.
bust the bearing or the screw on.
No, the bearing's good. I saw that. Let me pull up. This is because this is the one that always comes. All right, Corey, George, Rob. Corey looking to reset TQ.
After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum.
Yep. Screw's not in there. I can feel it. It's moving in and out. Yep. Good
Pretty
call.
easy fix.
Yep.
I probably would just take the 4 screws out and popped it. And popped your whole zip outs.
This is all right. I needed to check these bearings anyways to make sure everything was good to go.
3 minutes 5 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum.
No, it's in there. Yeah, it's in there. You can see it.
Why? Unless the other side's the one that's weird.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's tight.
Should be popping like that though.
2 minutes left. After 6 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob
Okay, I'll check
Apfelbaum.
this one. Let me put this one back.
Actually, probably makes sense to probably be that one because that's the side.
Yeah, that's the one that keeps on popping. That makes sense.
Because this is the side that you kept on hitting things.
Yep. Too easy, too easy. How's Sal doing now?
ATQ Masters, he's starting 7th in the Open.
So him and Tara out there?
He's out there, Tara's out there,
Zach is here.
his mechanics out there, Ronus is starting 3rd in Masters.
Nice.
1 minute left. After 7 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum.
Finished all 5 races, all 5 qualifiers.
Good deal.
Hopefully they can finish their mains tomorrow without any mishaps. Oh!
When's Sal come back? Tomorrow?
Tuesday.
Oh, he ain't racing Tuesday then.
Probably not, no.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, keep on going.
George Foy done.
George done and waiting on Corey. One more. Still on the clock there, Corey. Corey with that 8.779, 53, 809, and he
drivers are
finishes
finished.
resetting TQ.
Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth done.
Something's going on? Okay. Oh, yeah. Were you trying to gear up?
I was thinking it felt like it was slow, like I was losing some power, but it might be a little hot. I'm still touching it. It's not that hot. When it burns me, that's when I know.
Sizzle? Too hot.
Yeah. I still got my fingers on it.
What do I do with my battery?
Is that?
It's like shoved into his hand.
Five ten. We're gonna get going.
How much time?
What's that?
How much time?
5:10.
Did you find it or?
No, see, because this one's tight in there with it. Look how
Sure
loose
you-
that is.
That's your bearing. Because mine was doing similar when I busted mine.
No,
That one looks good.
bearing's
Why-
good.
why
Is
is
this
it wa-
wallowed out? That's wallowed out.
Ah,
But I don't know what size this is.
that looks like the standard kits.
Yeah, my bearing's good.
Oh, maybe the plastic just swallowed out on you. You shouldn't be popping in and out like that. The fact that your spur gear's doing this on you.
No, not this case. Where's my other case?
just can't get into it. got back from Idaho, so.
I was just in Ridgeland, Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, that place is horrible.
Dude, there's nothing there.
Nothing.
It's just swamp and trees.
Yep.
I was out there all last week. I just got back Friday. So now I got to go out to Ontario Monday. So,
Oh.
yeah. World of EV.
Yep, yep, yep. Depends really on your gearing. Some people will go 92, 96, and 98 kilometers per. But John's running like 101.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
So it all comes down to where you want, and then I'm running 96 is 48. That's what I'm running. Some people are running 98, 46, 47, depending on how the track is.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's one thing about competition. So I'll go as high as 47, 28, 49, all the way up to 48 pitch is more recommended for like asphalt smoother transition.
Yeah. Just because the carpet, you can get away with that.
Yeah.
In the dirt, or you get rough.
And the bigger person. I got a car built. What car you got?
X4.
Oh. X4 24 or 25?
24. But it's
very-
got all the 25 mods on it.
Oh yeah, it's basically the same,
Same
thing.
car,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, 24 is where it changed from the 23,
Yep.
and then 24 and 25 are almost identical.
Yeah, I picked up a 2014 car. It's titaniumed everything, and there's a few other little things that are in it that I don't have to find anywhere on the website. So I don't know if there's like a prototype one-off kind of deal. Yeah. Well, I know. I was looking at the arms because I was wanting to put a couple of, keep a couple of sets in the box. And I started looking at those. I'm like,
Ooh, 24 plus.
Up next, race number 6. 13.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. George Foy. Rob Apfelbaum. Up next, race number 5. Formula 1. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Jason Smith. Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano. John Carpenter. Up next, race number 4. Euro Truck. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is George Foy. Micah Schaubroke. Up next, race number 3. Spec 4 Tech Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Rich I Break a Lot Rider. Tim Schaubroke. Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence. Micah Schaubroke. Up next, race number 2. 17.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Rob Apfelbaum. Tim Schaubroke. Up next, race number 1. 21.5 touring. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Jason Smith. John Carpenter. George Foy. Brian Cravens. Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano. Robbie Esplana. Robbie Esplana. Brian Cravens. Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano. Jason Smith. George Foy.
All right, first race. We will need some marshals out here. I need 3 marshals. Also, I need my announcer up here. Oh, there you are. I thought they told me you were up in the freaking front.
All right. Need some marshals out there.
John Carpenter.
Racers minute. Minute. Hey, whose Cheez-Its are these? All right, Marshals. Need one in the middle and one on the end. Where are you going, Pete? Right there? We'll have Rob in the middle then. All right, guys, let's go ahead and gather them up at the end of the straightaway. Rob, you going to take the middle? All right, guys. Jason and only Jason on the sound of the tone. Everybody else wait till I call your name. Jason. Oh, okay. John. John's coming. I didn't see. I spaced out there. Oh, yeah, okay.
John Carpenter.
All right, Jason, less than 5. John, George, Brian, Hector, Robbie. Oh. Jason gets it wrong. Oh. George gets it wrong. All right, we got Carpenter out front. That all white car right in front of me. Brian in the 2, 1.7 back.
After 1 minute
Jason
left,
in the
top
3,
drivers are
1.2
John
behind
Carpenter,
Brian.
Brian Cravens, and Jason Smith.
Your top 4 within 4 seconds of each other. Hector in the 5, Robbie to the 5. Hector slips down to the 6. Jason 0.4 of a second behind Brian. All right, John, Brian, Jason. Jason 0.6 behind Brian. George in the 4, 1.9 behind Jason. Robbie 0.9 behind George. John is on a new TQ pace.
After 2 minutes left, the
Oh,
top drivers
Robbie.
are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Brian Cravens.
Jason 2.9 behind John. Brian 0.3 behind Jason. He's done. He's done, Rich. He's done. It's okay. Leave it. Leave it. That's good. All right, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Jason into the 9s with a 9.9. Everybody else still in the 10s. John has a 10 flat 08.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Brian Cravens.
Jason 1.8 behind John. Down the straightaway they go. Jason's got the speed. Jason's got those rush tires broken in, it looks like. Those things are gripping up.
After 4 minutes, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Brian Cravens.
50 seconds left to go. All right, they're coming up on Robbie. $20 seconds left to go in this one.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, keep 'em
One.
going, keep 'em going.
John Carpenter done. Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano done. Jason Smith done. Robbie Esplana done. All drivers
That's a
are
race.
finished. Brian Craven's done.
John's going to take the W and reset TQ. Jason finishes in the 2, Brian in the 3, Hector in the 4, Robbie in the 5.
Up next, race number 2. 17.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek.
All right, 17.5 pan car.
Currently up, race number 2. 17.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek.
Oh, you got someone shooting up Marshalls.
But I think I got it where I want it, so I just adjusted on my left hand.
Are we not running 17.5? Okay. All right,
Up
4
next,
Tech Spec.
race
Let's get
number
him out
3.
there.
Spec 4 Tech Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Rich I Break a Lot Rider, Tim Schaubroek, Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence, Micah Schaubroek.
All right, Rich, Tim, Pete, and Micah. Oh, I thought that was Blaine for a minute. Oh, yeah. We'll need another marshal out here. All right. Thank you, John.
Rich, I break a
All
lot rider.
Okay, I just need everybody else to check in. Tim and Micah, go ahead, check in. If you guys haven't checked in.
Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
I need Tim and Micah to check in. I need you guys to check in after Pete taps y'all. All right, straightaways closed. Straightaways closed.
Tim Shao broke. Micah Shao broke.
All right, Rich up in the 1. Tim in the 2. Looks like Micah's dialed in. Let's see how he does on this one. It's coming in from the back. You going to start way back there, Micah? All right. The what? Wait, hold on one sec. All right, I got marshals. I got a grid. We are going on the tone in less than 5.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Micah Shao broke, Tim Shao broke, and Rich I break a lot rider. After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Micah Shao broke, Tim Shao broke, and Rich I break a lot rider.
Easy, Pete. Pete shifting the track again. Watch your hands, John. All right, Micah and Tim looking to reset TQ. That's my 1 and 2. Rich in the 3, Pete in the 4. Michael with a 12.071, Tim 12.428, Rich with a 12.451, Pete with a 12.630.
2
After
minutes
3
left.
minutes
1 second. The top drivers are Micah Schaubroke, Tim Schaubroke, and Rich I Break a Lot Rider. After 4 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Tim Schaubroke, Micah Schaubroke, and Rich I Break a Lot Rider. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Micah Schaubroke done.
Oh, it's been ready.
Rich I Break a Lot Rider done.
All right, Micah,
Tim
Rich
Schaubroke
done. My 1 and 2.
All drivers
Micah
are
reset
finished.
TQ. Tim
Pete,
in the
the
3, Pete in the
Dominator,
4. That is
St.
a
Lawrence
race.
done. Up next, race number 4. Euro Truck. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is George Foy, Micah Schaubroke. George Foy.
Where's Micah at? Oh, okay. All right, none of y'all's top's going to come off or anything like that? No? Good? This taped? Okay.
No one's gonna have a Super Bowl
All right, just waiting for Micah to check in, and straightaway is closed. All right,
Micah Shaw broke.
Micah leading the way, or George leading the way. Micah in the 2. You guys gonna start back there? All right. I got marshals. I got a grid. We are going on the tone in lesson 5.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke.
George out front. Micah in the 2.
I'm gonna end up using J Concepts.
Yeah. They're just expensive.
Huh?
Yeah.
50% ACO guys are sponsored.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
So just get sponsors.
We'll go through Ryan.
Who, Pacheco?
Ryan still
Yeah.
wants to make money.
Yeah.
Hate no sponsors.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke.
All right, George, Micah. George with 13.8, Micah with the 13.9. Nobody's looking to reset TQ, but my current TQ belongs to George. Hey, Hector, your laps were 28,504.049. Mine was 28,504.940.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke.
All right, minute 50 to go. George, Micah. George got that hot lap, 13.499. Micah with that 13.941. Up next, Formula One. You guys are up in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke.
All right, George, Micah. Micah rubbing the walls. And George is on 2 wheels. All right, George, Micah, 25 seconds to go.
10, 9, 8, 7,
All right,
6,
F1.
5,
Start making
4,
your way.
3, 2, 1. George Foy done.
George done in the 1. And here comes Micah in the 2.
All drivers are finished.
Drivers are done.
Micah Schaubroke done. Up next, race number 5. Formula 1. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Jason Smith, Corey I ain't got time for that Bosworth, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, John Carpenter. John Carpenter.
All right, this is going to be a battle to watch. Jason, Corey, and John. Hector's in there too. Oh, you guys are all in
Corey
there.
I
Oh
ain't
my
got
goodness.
time for that Bosworth.
You guys are all within a tenth of each other. Second back. Jason and Corey within. Wow. Listen, 600ths of a second. All right, who's this coming out?
Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano.
Hey, you better, take a break real quick, Hector. Take a breather. Hector tried to crawl the wall. Or was that Corey? Was that Corey or? Oh, it was Hector, okay. I was just waiting for Jason to check in. I do need marshals out here. If you're in that last race, I need you out here. All right, straightaway is
Jason Smith.
closed. I got Jason leading the way, followed by Corey, then Hector, then John. I do need a marshal on that end over there. Micah's going over there. I need a marshal in the center. All right. Tim, can you cover that end over there? Yes, sir. Thank you. I got marshals. I got a grid. Jason and only Jason on the sound of the tone and less than 5. Corey. Hector. John. All right, let's see how this pans out. Everybody's just got to keep it clean. All right. Corey with an early lead, but Jason right on him. John right on Jason. Hector right on John. John moves up to the 3rd spot. Hector drops down to 4. Jason's still in the 2. Following Corey, who's in the lead, looking to reset TQ. Has a hot lap, 10:4:05. Battle to watch, Jason and John. Jason also faster than the previous TQ. John 0.5 right behind Jason. Jason 2.2 right behind Corey. Corey leading the way.
4 minutes left. The top drivers are Corey I ain't got time for that Bosworth, Jason Smith, and John Carpenter.
All right, Corey, Jason, John. John moves up to the number 2 spot, drops Jason down to the 3, Hector in the 4. Jason still chase. Jason and John battling it out. Jason moves up to the 2, John in the 3. John 0.084, now 0.37, 0.5. Corey increases his lead 4 seconds over Jason. Corey looking to reset TQ with that fast lap, 10:4:05. Jason 10:791. John 10:971. Hector 11:057. Corey on pace for 29:507. Previous TQ was a 28:506. whole lap and a second faster.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Jason Smith, and John Carpenter.
All right, Corey. Jason and John still battling it out. Jason up to the 2, Hector in the 3. John drops down to the 4. All right, Corey, Jason, Hector, John. It's like Corey's got the new tires on that thing broken in now, so he's got that thing dialed now. Well, it was already dialed, just the tires were the whole.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Jason Smith, and Hector.
Easy,
Sir Whips
John,
a Lot,
easy.
Lozano.
All right, Corey, Jason, Hector, John, everybody's now spread out. Corey looking to reset TQ. Minute 25 to go. 13.5 pan car, you're up next. Followed by the mains. We'll have a 15-minute break right after that. Corey was like, move, John. Oh, I heard tires. I heard it. I heard it. For all those.
1 minute 4 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Jason Smith, and Hector. Sir Whips a Lot, Lozano.
All right. For my car guys out there that are into real cars, do got a big race show event coming up. May 23rd to the 24th. Over at
10,
PPIR.
8, 7,
You guys are interested.
6, 5.
All right, keep on going until she
4,
calls your name.
3, 2, 1.
All right. Let's see. Everybody's still on the clock.
Corey I Ain't
Corey
Got Time for
done.
That, Bosworth
In
done.
the 1, resetting TQ. Here comes Jason.
Jason
In
Smith
the
done.
2, Hector in the 3.
All drivers are
and
finished.
John's finished.
Hector, Sir Whips a Lot, Lozano done.
All right, that's a race. 13.5 pan car. You guys are up next. Give you guys a couple minutes.
Up next, race number 6. 13.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth. George Foy. Rob Apfelbaum.
Dun, 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 dun. We got racers that are also currently racing all over the U.S. and on the other side of the world.
George Foy.
Got Sal. Sal's in Florida racing. What's his position now? TQ in the Masters for Sal DeFazio, the throttle
Rob App
master.
Fellbaum.
And then we got David M. Backer. For those that know him, he drives that green Schumacher touring car when he comes here when he can. Also drives a buggy as well too. But he's all the way over in the Philippines, racing the Masters out there. I think he's 4th in the Masters right now. We'll see how he does. I know they're a whole day ahead of us, and I want to say 16 hours, and a whole day ahead of us. So we'll see. All right, got Corey checking in. All right. Give Corey a lap or two.
Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth.
All right, you got Corey. Corey leading the way, followed by George, and then Rob. Corey on the sound of the tone. In less than 5. George. Rob. All right, let you guys get settled in. Again, Motorsports Slush Festival coming up May 23rd, 24th. If you guys are interested in the real car guys, I'll have the Red Bull and the Martini Porsche out. That one. Yeah. We'll have our vendor area. My vendor booth will be all the way down in the end on the second to the last bay. So I always have a bay. This year we're on the far end now. Should be emceeing and the main judge for
After
the car
1
show.
minute, the top drivers are Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, Rob App Fellbaum, and George Foy.
All right, Corey also looking to reset TQ on this one. He had a big mishap on the last one. 8639 is his hot lap. Rob with a 9904. George with a 9773. We are pretty much all spread out. 6:35 to go. Yeah, all the drift tickets are sold out, Micah. I think. Oh. Be like Rich over here, put a T-Bird diff in the back. That's what he did.
Rush me wave a Bosworth.
After 2
Hi
minutes,
Uncle Robbie from
the top
Ellie
drivers are
Bosworth.
Corey, I
What's
ain't
up,
got
little
time for
Ellie?
that, Bosworth, Rob App Fellbaum, and George
Your
Foy.
daddy's racing right now. He just put Rob in the wall without touching him. Corey, Rob, and George. Rob got scared. You gonna do time attack there, Micah? What tires are you running? My Type R that I drive out there, dude, those are competition only tires, dude. I've had them on for like 3 years and they haven't worn down. Well, they're worn down. Run R888s on the Red Bull. And then I think the
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, Rob App Fellbaum, and George Foy.
Rush me wave a Bosworth. Where is Isaiah from Ellie Bosworth?
After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy.
Isaiah is at the house with his friends playing basketball. All right, Corey's still leading the way. 3:44 to go. 8:639 is his hot lap. Rob in the 2, George in the 3. Still rolling.
After 5 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy.
All right, 2:35 to go.
After 6 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy. One minute left. After 7 minutes 2 seconds, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum,
George?
and George Foy.
All right. Battery. Always the battery. Corey, still with that 8:639. Rob in that 2 with the 9:609. Don't know. Let's see, 48.808. George with that 48.806. Got to knock off 2 seconds just to get that second spot away from George overall. But Rob's going to place second in this one with 20 seconds to go. All right, Corey. Rob. Again, Corey's looking to reset TQ.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go, George, go. Can't? Okay.
Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth done.
That was a part or something right there. All right, Corey's done. Rob's still on the clock. Here comes Rob in hot.
All drivers are finished.
Piece of plastic.
Rob Apfelbaum done.
Oh, okay. All right, that is a race. All right. 15 minutes. We're going into the mains. 15 minutes. Going into the mains.
Nice race, Corey. It was close. How many laps you do? I beat my record. My highest was 44, now it's 48.
That's good.
I know, right? 6 more months, I can keep them up to 40.
if you get those Z batteries, they come with the balancing plug too, that you plug into your charger. Because it'll be separate. It won't be like the 10th scale since it's a 4-cell battery. It'll have like a little balancing port and you plug it in, but.
All right, let me do a lap. All right, Rich, gotta get in the buggy with us. Gotta get in the buggy with us. Oh, you do?
No, 8 scale. 8 scale, not 10 scale. 8 scale.
Big boys.
What the hell? Don't know what happened to my
Up next, race number 2.
finish race.
17.5 pan car.
Nope, nope.
Heat 1 of 1.
How do I do this?
Race order is Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek,
Dude, what happened? Yes. Where's my main round at? No. Racing.
Up next, race number 6.
There we go.
13.5 pan car. Heat 1 of 1. Race order is Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, George Foy, Rob Apfelbaum. Up next, race number 6. 13.5 pan car. A main. Race order is Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, George Foy, Rob Apfelbaum. Up next, race number 5. Formula 1. A main. Race order is Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth, Jason Smith, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, John Carpenter. Up next, race number 4. Euro Truck. A main. Race order is George Foy, Micah Schaubroek. Up next, race number 3. Spec 4 Tech A main. Race order is Micah Schaubroek, Rich I Break a Lot Rider, Tim Schaubroek, Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence. Up next, race number 2. 17.5 pan car. A main. Race order is Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek. Up next, race number 1. 21.5 touring. A main. Race order is John Carpenter, Jason Smith, George Foy, Brian Cravens, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, Robbie Esplana, George Foy, Brian Cravens, Jason Smith, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano. John Carpenter.
All right. Need some marshals out here. Marshals. Need 3 of you. Need one more. One more on the far end. All right, let's go ahead and grid them up in the meantime. All right. We're going to have to go with 2 marshals, guys. I'll start it, and I'll go run down there and marshal. All right, Pete, can you marshal down there? All right, guys. I got marshals. I got drivers. Got me a grid. We're going to go on the tone. Oh, they're all bunched up. Oh, body. There we go. All right, John out front. Jason in the 2. Oh, Jason was in the 2. Hector in the 2. Oh. There we go. All right, John, Hector, George, Jason.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, and George Foy.
Clear. All right, John, Hector, Jason up to the 3. Ooh. Oh, go. Good. All right, John, Hector, Jason, Robbie, Brian,
After 2 minutes left,
George.
the top drivers are John Carpenter, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, and Jason Smith.
Jason has the fastest lap out there, 9.8. John with a 10 flat. Brian with a 10.2. George with a 10.2. Robbie with a 10.5. Hector with a 10.4.
After 3 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Hector, Sir Whipsalot, Lozano, and Jason Smith.
All right, Jason right behind Hector. Ooh, Jason to the inside. All right, Jason up to the 2. John's right on his tail, though. About to lap him. John's been staying out of trouble all race. All right, 2:05 left to go. Robbie up to the 3. Hector slips down to the 4.
1 second. The top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Robbie Esplana.
$130 left to go.
1 minute
After
left.
5
minutes 1 second, the top drivers are John Carpenter, Jason Smith, and Robbie Esplana.
All right, 45 seconds left to go. Really no close battles out there. Brian 1.2 behind Hector. Brian gets around Hector.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. George Foy done.
George got caught.
Robbie Esplana done. John Carpenter done. Jason Smith
All right,
done.
John's going to take it.
Brian Cravens done.
Jason
All
finishes in
drivers
the
are
2.
finished.
Robbie in 3, Brian in 4, Hector in
Hector,
5, George
Sir
in
Whips
the
a lot.
6.
Lozano done.
Despite all my breakdowns, I told myself I was going to make third. That was a shit first 2 laps.
Oh shit! Breaking.
No, I got bone tuck.
Up next, race number 2. 17.5 pan car. A main. Race order is Rob Apfelbaum, Tim Schaubroek. Up next, race number 3.
Vortex
A
Beck.
main. Race order is Micah Schaubroek, Rich I Break a Lot rider, Tim Schaubroek,
Micah,
Pete,
Rich,
the
Tim,
Dominator,
Pete.
St. Lawrence. Tim
Oh man,
Schaubroek.
Pete's finished. He's starting 4th here. He might go back to Pizza Destroyer at the end of today. I don't know.
Micah Schaubroek.
All right, need Rich to check in and Pete.
Rich I Break a Lot rider.
It's Rob. It's Robbie's. Your phone. All right, Pete, go ahead and check in for me.
Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and grid them up. Micah is your TQ. Rich starting right behind him in the 2. Tim in the 3. Pete in the 4. All right, guys. I got marshals. I got drivers. Got me a grid. We're going to go on the tone. All right, Micah out front. Rich still in it. Only 1.3 back. Tim still in it. Only 1.1 behind Rich. Pete in the 4. Your top 3 within about 2.5 seconds of each other.
5 minutes left. The top drivers are Micah Schaubroke, Rich I Break a Lot Rider, and Tim Schaubroke.
All right, Tim up to the 2, Rich in the 3, Pete in the 4. All right, guys, 2 in, 4 to go. Everybody's still on the same lap.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Micah Schaubroke, Tim Schaubroke, and Rich I Break a Lot Rider.
Oh, watch straightaway, guys. We are clear.
Oh no, you can build your own cables and stuff.
All right, guys, 3 in, 3 to go. Halfway through. Micah starting to make his way through some traffic here.
3 minutes left. The top drivers are Micah Schaubroke, Tim Schaubroke, and Rich I Break a Lot Rider.
All right, 2:35 left to go. $220.
After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Micah Schaubroke, Tim Schaubroke, and Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
All right, 1:30 left to go. Easy, Hector.
After 5 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Micah Schaubroek, Tim Schaubroek, and Pete, the Dominator, St. Lawrence.
All right, guys, 40 seconds left to go. Rich only 1.9 behind Pete.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tim Schaubroek done. Pete, the
All right,
Dominator,
that's
St.
the
Lawrence
race.
done. Rich
Micah's going to take the W.
All
Tim
drivers
finishes
are
in the 2,
finished.
Pete in the 3, Rich in
Micah
the 4.
Schaubroek done.
Did you guys get stickers? Pete, you want your sticker?
Up next,
Euro
race
trucking.
number 4. Euro Truck. A main. Race order is George Foy, Micah Schaubroek, George Foy.
Almost George. Oh, there you go. Got it.
I got George drag racer, and I got Micah the SCCA race car driver. So let's see what happens here.
Micah Shaw broke.
Who's got my TQ on this? George, with my TQ. All right. Okie dokie. I got a Marshall out there. Tim, it's all you, buddy. All right, I got a Marshall. I got a grid. George and Micah battling it out in less than 5. Oh, easy, Micah. Easy, Micah. Micah does not like that wall. Micah is not a fan of that wall. Here he comes. Let's see if Micah hits it again. 1, 2, and 3. No, Micah, don't hit that. Micah taps the lollipop. He's still behind George, though. 0.5 right behind him. Oh, Micah, throw him on the other side. George, what are you? There you go. you got Uncle
About
Tim
1
running
minute
all over the
left.
place.
The top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke.
George, is your battery dying? You just lollygag? You waiting for? Or just wait for Micah. Micah can't get right. All right, game on. What he let you catch up and you crashed right into him. And whoa, Micah. Uh-oh, you dead? You good? Okay. Well, it says on here, Micah's only 0.3 right behind George. You'll see what happens. All right, 11 seconds. All right, that seems about right.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke.
Technology has changed. Now you tune it with your phone now, just like you tune your ESC. 3:06 to go.
After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke.
Oh, I tried to get Rich into it. He played once, and that was it.
After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Shaw broke. 1
After
minute
5
left.
minutes 1 second, the top drivers are George Foy, Micah Schaubroke.
And you're only allowed to have 200 rounds in the mag. So I go through probably about 10 or 12 mags in a game. In a 5-minute game, I'll go through 10 or 12 mags, yeah. Because I will fucking run up on people. Like, yeah, I painted this one.
So he had these that exploded.
No, we don't. You can't use those.
No?
No.
They were like a gel.
Oh, that was a gel blaster. Let me find my competition one. My paintball tournament I got up in here when we went up to Denver.
22 seconds to go.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. George Foy done. All drivers are finished. Micah Schaubroke done.
All right, George, Micah.
Up next, race number 5. Formula 1. A main. Race order is Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth. Jason Smith. Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano. John Carpenter. Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano. Jason Smith. John Carpenter.
Yeah, the echo triggers, the Franklin Armory echo triggers are illegal. Because on reset is when they would fire. Yeah, full, reset fire. Full, fire, reset fire. Yeah.
A lot of people were getting hurt.
Then on my competition, my ISO competition, the reset on it is so, it's a echo trigger, reset, full.
My trigger's 1.5 pounds.
It's too light on my AR.
My C2, it's 2 pounds.
Oh, see, that's
Staccato C2, it's a 2-pound trigger. That thing's bad.
Let me pull up the. What are you doing?
I think my XC's like a 3.5.
Where's our shoot at?
That's what I used to do.
No, I do.
Gun shit before I came over and did this stuff.
Oh, gun shit is my shit.
Yeah, well, I've been putting it off for this.
I got like 500 something pieces.
I actually pulled my AR out this morning and cleaned it off.
Where's Isaiah at? He's 11 seconds. He's up at the top. Look at this little boy right here with this 9 mil.
Damn. Okay. You need to get him some steel targets out there so you can hear.
No, I got steel targets now. And then where's my competition AR? Is this it? Nope.
What do you got? What is it?
There you go. You won't see me move at all.
Yep.
Corey, I ain't got time for that, Bosworth.
Is that LPVO?
Yes.
Okay. I'm running EOTech. I got a Christensen Arms.
Christensen Arms. My brother shoots long range precision with the Christensen Arms. The problem is even though his barrel's floating,
Yeah.
he still gets that shot.
I
though.
don't. I changed out my.
Well, he's on the
flash
300
suppressor.
Win Mag though. Yep. All right, go ahead, line her up.
I'm running 223 in mine.
You reload your own? I reload. You know, Isaiah reloads my 50s. My 50 AEs for my Desert Eagle. My son reloads for me.
You know they're changing the laws on it.
Yeah, dude, they changed the laws on a lot of stuff, man. It sucks.
They just signed the bill into office.
But I'm all the way up.
Governor's fucking gone to shit.
Dude, I'm gonna show you the biggest muzzle break ever. Oh, this is what I. You guys ready? All right, I got marshals. I got a grid. Corey, Jason, Hector. We are going on the tone in lesson 5. So I manufacture because I own
business. So I hand carve the wood. And this is on my honey badger. Where's a good picture of my honey badger done? There she is.
Nice.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I do all types of grips for everybody. This guy right here, this is for a competition AR. He wanted a Tommy gun style. But then I cut as well, too. I do cuts.
Really?
Yeah. I've been doing that for years. 3-gun, I'll cut
Yeah.
shotguns. Down off of Fillmore for my friend. Where is my freaking...
Because I sent my C2 in to get mine done.
My MP5 full auto.
What?
Yeah, I paid $25K for that.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking crazy.
Oh, dude, you want to see something crazy?
You don't own that.
After 1 minute left, the top drivers are Jason Smith, Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, and John Carpenter.
You don't need no 50 cal for that.
After 2 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Jason Smith, and John Carpenter. After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, John Carpenter, and Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano. After 4 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, John Carpenter, and Jason Smith.
That was dirty. That was gray area right there. That was so gray. Corey leading the way. John in the 2, Hector in the 3. Jason's still on the back wall over there.
1 minute 5 minutes 1 second. The top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, John Carpenter, and Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot, Lozano.
All right, Corey. Hector and John battling it out. Hector right on John. That's beans to rice. That's beans and rice right there. Beans is chasing down that rice. 0.5 separates the two. Coming through the chicane, onto the straightaway they go with 19 seconds to go. See if Hector can do something. Oh, John taps out. Oh, that was great.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
It's like
3, 2,
John
1.
and Corey against Jason and Hector.
Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth done. John Carpenter done.
All right.
Hector, Sir Whips-a-Lot.
Corey, John, and
Lozano done.
Hector.
All drivers are finished. Jason Smith done.
That was pretty cool.
Up next, race number 6. 13.5 pan car.
Yeah.
A main. Race order is Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth. George Foy.
I know, all
Rob
the cars
Applebaum.
look alike. Jeez. Oh, here, take a picture. Oh, I got it. Oh, you guys didn't get your stickers? What, are you serious? Who got TQ? Oh, Corey don't need a TQ sticker. The picture will do it all. All right, 13.5 pan car. Corey, George, and Rob. Did Jerry leave already? Or is he counting door?
Rob Applebaum. George Foy.
All right, just waiting on Corey to check in. You guys gonna need out, Tim? Okay. I will let you guys out. I got Marshals. All righty. Just need Corey to check in real quick. And there he goes.
Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth.
All righty, let's line her up. Corey, George, and Rob. Y'all just got to keep it clean. All y'all made podium. Hector and Jason got taken out by the same guy. it was John and Corey against Hector and Jason. All right, Corey, George, and Rob. Yeah, you're good, Rob. All right. I got marshals. I got a grid. We are going on the tone in lesson 5. Whoa! George, what are you doing? Y'all letting Corey get away. Break. Keep it up, Rob. I'm call you Pete.
After 1 minute, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, George Foy, and Rob Apfelbaum. After 2 minutes, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy. After 3 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy. After 4 minutes left, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy. After
3
5 minutes
left.
1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy.
All right, 2:09 to go. Corey there with the 8:6:03.
2 minutes
After
6
left.
minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy.
All right, Corey, Rob, George, you heard her. Corey 8:6:03, Rob 9:414, George 9:624. Corey, Rob, George, my 1, 2, and 3 with a minute 35 to go.
After
left.
7 minutes 1 second, the top drivers are Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth, Rob Apfelbaum, and George Foy.
George over there all by himself. All right, 15 seconds to go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. George Foy done. Corey I Ain't Got Time for That, Bosworth done. All drivers are finished. Rob Apfelbaum done.